Okay, we are back live. Let's go. Um, so share media. Round 4 is here. And we have again Yannick in the feature match, who is our last round, winning with his Jeskai control deck.
All right, we have mono red pingers as the other matchup. I believe this is a deck that is specifically targeting the blue red cauldron matchup between Needlehead, Needlekin, Razorhead, Needlekin. What Needlehead Razorkin, whatever the card is name. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
As well as Scalding Viper, just giving a hard time to the VV deck, casting multiple spells each turn, but maybe a little bit lackluster in terms of fighting different other decks. And well, Yannick's deck is equipped to battle the moderate decks, but historically, control decks have struggled very much against red decks. So let's see how this matchup goes.
Yeah, I've sent you the deck list. So this is full on pingers, also playing 4 Scalding Vipers, which is basically like a weaker version of Eidonon of the Great Revel. Ping for 1 whenever you play a spell with CMC 3 or less, but it only pings the opponent, so that's the drawback, kind of.
Yeah, as well as 2 copies of a Doozy Alger Axonil Deepest Might, which I believe, if my memory serves correctly, it makes each non-combat ping, like 1 damage source, deal 4 damage instead of 1, or rather, Alger Axonil's power, but it's usually just 4 in this deck.
Yeah. Every non-combat damage deals more damage. And someone took away one of the playmats, maybe.
Oh no, we have a playmat thief. Do you just win the BB Spiele playmat when you win on the average? Is that what it is?
I don't think so. No, I think it's.
Okay, we have. Yeah.
I got one like 8 years ago when I top 8'd a PTQ. They gave it to everyone, but I haven't seen anyone winning those recently. So these are like old relics.
Yeah, I like the purple dragon, so I can't really blame whoever took it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a Burnout Bastion. It's a 1 1 with menace. That again, you can pump it for 2 mana, and if you have max speed, because it does have starter engines, it has double strike. So now we are at speed 2, and Carl has played a Razorkin Needlehead, or whatever it is, and got it normalized. Well, unfortunately, Yannick did draw a starting town, so that's going to be a little bit of a nuisance on his life total, but maybe he can try to use the colorless mana from that for the majority of his game.
It still looks bad for you, right? The quality.
Sadly, it has dropped. Yes.
Yeah. So still the same issue, sadly. But we see now Emberheart Challenger from Karl, and Yannick answering with a Lightning Helix, taking 1 damage, so only healing for 2. But that's okay.
Of course, getting rid of the 2/2 creature crucial for the control deck here. And while now with Yannick at 18, or actually Yannick is at 20, right now, untapping, potentially playing his 4th land, access to inevitable defeats. This game is looking pretty good for him. I believe Karl just has 1 card in hand. Maybe that's 2.
No, it's 2 or 3 at least, I think. This is a Shockland, but I have no clue which one it is.
I believe it's a Sacred Foundry.
Could
But I'm
well be.
I'm not gonna fight you if you say otherwise. Okay, 4 mana. I believe this is Alger Axonil. That is Alger Axonil. We have a reader. Yannick, what are you doing? Have you not played Limited of Ixalan?
I mean, he's 17. He might not even played Magic back when Ixalan was first released,
I mean, it's also a mythic, so even if you played a lot of this Limited, you could not face it.
Oh, wow, there's no removal spell pre-combat. So he just takes 4 damage from the Hired Claw ping. Now has max speed.
Maybe the Hired Claw ping is still on the stack. No, he just takes the damage. That is a lot of damage. What is his plan here? Is he just planning to play a consult the star charts and maybe try to find like a sweeper? Yeah, that is what this looks like. This is what it is.
I think
And
even for one damage.
yeah, he had to take a damage from the starting down here between the Alger, the starting town, and the Sacred Foundry. Had to shock in here. It's looking pretty rough for Yannick, and I just said it looks pretty good for him.
And what does the Ocha do if its dice transformed as a land, right? Do you remember
Mm,
how to flip it back?
yeah, I can check that real quick. Mm. So it's a land with an activation ability for 2 red and a tap. Transform Temple of Power, activate only if red sources you controlled dealt 4 or more non-combat damage this turn and only as a sorcery. So it's pretty difficult to enable. But it does come
Indeed.
back as a as another mountain, so not
Yeah.
the end of the world. Oh, and we see a main phase consult the star charts from Yannick, not what you want to be doing. And he does scoop it up. Not enough removal spells, not enough life gain, not enough answers to whatever is on the board right now for Carl. And that is a quick one in game one.
We just saw the one lightning hicks being cast, and that's it for Yannick.
Yeah, he really needed like an Ultima or a Day of Judgment at least to deal with the battlefield. Or maybe if he had just had Inevitable Judgment against the Alder Axenil, exiling it, not being able to transform into a land, gaining 3 life in the process, that would be a great spot for him. But if you just took the damage there, that is very difficult to come back from.
So let's have a look at the sideboards. For Carl, we have 2 Shock, 2 Abrade, 2 Magebane Lizard, 4 Obliterating Bolt, 1 Twisted Fealty. I have no clue what that card is. Oh, it's the control, Act of
Yeah,
Treason.
that's a active treason. Yeah, that's
Mhm.
a makes a wicked roll token as well.
1 Stingerback Terror, 2 Sunspine Links, and the 4th copy of Nova Hellkite. That's the one that you can plot, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so probably in this matchup, he's mainly probably gonna want the Sunspire Lynx because that deals a ton of damage to the 4 color mana base.
hmm
To a degree that I believe if he just resolves it at anywhere beyond like turn 4 or 5, that will probably just kill Yannick on the spot. He probably doesn't want much else on the side, but maybe Nova Hellkite is like a big enough threat to maybe go over the threats of the control deck. But other than that, I don't think I'm excited about any of those cards. There's a chance that he wants to get some of the main deck cards out of his deck, like Witch Talker Frenzy, just so he doesn't have dead cards.
hmm
But there's not too many exciting ones in the hand here. Stinkerback Terror is an interesting one, by the way. It's a 4 mana 7/7. You can plot and gets -1/-1 for each card in your hand. So during long games where you just run all of your cards and well against the control decks, that is something that can happen. It's a 4 mana 7/7 with Trump. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's
Maybe he
another
wants to.
card that doesn't die to lightning heals. What do you think about him adding the Magebane Lizard since it's like immune to lightning helix?
Well, I would assume that Lightning Healing is not the only way Yannick has to answer creatures, and like get lost is part of the equation as well, and inevitably defeat as well.
Yeah.
And well, if Mageman Lizard only deals like 1 damage every turn to your opponent, you don't really care about that too much, I think. So I would omit the Mageman Lizard, mainly because like Yannick will mainly cast a spell a turn, maybe at most 2 between his turn and his opponent's turn. So if the Lizard just deals 2 damage at best, I would rather have it sit comfortably in my sideboard.
hmm So let's have a look at Yannick's deck list. We already saw it last round. Anything that stands out to you? There's, I think, the fire magic that's quite obvious.
Yeah,
Creating
Fire
a lot
Magic
of
is great. It's
control.
probably for this matchup in particular. There's a Flash Freeze. That's a classic card, now ever present in Standard thanks to Foundations. So definitely want the Flash Freeze in this matchup. Most notably good against Sunspire Length to have a hard counter. No matter how long the game goes, it always gets countered, and like No More Lies would do. And of
hmm
course, the 2 copies of Best at the Bounding Spring, absolutely fantastic. Every single thing about this card is excellent against the red deck, and well, you would love to curve into that on turn 4 any day of the week as the control deck.
What do you think about adding something like Tishana's Tidebinder to counter a Screaming Nemesis trigger or the Ultra triggers or even the Sunspine Links triggers.
This could be a consideration, even just as a 3 mana blocker, right? You just have another
Maybe, yeah.
way of dealing with a creature, but definitely not something you're excited to sideboard in against the red deck. Maybe it's just something you will have to do. But
Yeah, I think you're shaving on the counter magic likely. For sure, the mystical teachings gets cut likely. A revelation maybe. 3 steps ahead is too slow, I guess.
yeah, maybe some of
So
the card advantage engines like consult the star charts may go, but well, you do need
or
some of those
Stormcast,
to
yeah.
stay in the game. But yeah,
Mhm.
you don't love casting a stock up on turn 3 against the red deck that just cast 2 creatures, right?
Yeah. Okay, so I think we can skip to the
Yeah, let's go
point where
to game
players
2.
finished shuffling.
Yeah, maybe we can do a quick restart.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do anyways.
Yeah.
Sorry. I almost forgot about it. So yeah, we saw game one going in the mono red favor of Carl. Do you think game two and game three will be the same, or
Well, with Yannick being on the play right now, I believe his odds are much better. Although maybe he was on the play
he
anyway.
wasn't a play game one as well? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So well, that doesn't bode well for the future. But well, maybe he'll get there this time. I think Yannick definitely has the tools to win this matchup. It does largely depend on how the cards line up because you can definitely draw the wrong half of your deck in this matchup from
Mhm.
both sides of the matchup. So
I also think that the first hand from Carl was really good with the as long as the Ultra resource basically. You had the one drop, the Bestronauts. He had a two drop that got answered for 2 mana, but only on turn three, so he could play another one drop, and then Yannick just played a cantrip while Karl played Ultra and resolved Ultra and did like insane amount of damage.
yeah, definitely Yannick had some awkward draws there that couldn't really catch up with whatever Karl was doing, and Karl just had a perfect curve.
Hmm. And also, how do you think experience weighs in this matchup? Since we know, Yannick is 17, playing his first big tournament likely, and Karl has been playing for years and years and years, and I think he's like third place in the German leaderboard or fourth place. Let me double check. Fifth place in the end. He finished fifth place in the German leaderboard. Traveled to lots of big tournaments, RCs, Eternal Weekends, and so on.
Yeah, so there's definitely some merit to having more experience in Magic in general, to playing the control matches, and the aggro matches is just a ever present thing in most of the formats these days. And has been for the longest time. So if you do know how to play against a control deck, it's going to be a big boon towards you. And well, Karl, I bet he has played his share of control matchups in the past. But well, Yannick, if he just is testing this deck for a while, I assure you he has played against aggro many times, so he should have a decent plan for that as well.
Hmm. Makes sense, yeah. I think if mono red being this popular in the current standard as a choice against Vivi, you will run into it eventually sooner or later, playing online or in paper.
For sure. And so I would assume both players have a lot of experience playing their respective matchups. So I would expect excellent plays from both of them.
Yeah, especially when you're in the 3-0 bracket already, they're halfway.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes to experience, I would much value the experience of the red player playing against a control deck, or in general, a player playing against a control deck rather than the player playing the control deck. I
Hmm.
think if you just like control and you play a lot of it, you're going to be decent at it. But if you play against control, there's a lot of things you can do that will not be optimal, but you need experience to figure out why it's not optimal.
Yeah, that makes sense. Also, not making any overcommits or stuff, or knowing exactly when to force through a spell or try to force through a spell and when not. I have. I'm usually a control player. I used to play lots of control, and I always realized when someone was like new to the game and completely overcommitted in an obvious board wipe or something like that. So yeah, it helps when you are more experienced playing against control than playing control itself. And here we see Razorkin Needlehead.
I just realized that Karl Meindung just wrecked me in the top 8 of the Modern Challenge just yesterday. So
Yeah,
kind
his
of,
Shady Red is
yeah, Shade Rat
yeah,
did wreck me. So well, nice to see a fellow Magic Online grinder on the field here.
yeah. He lost to Piotr in top four, I think.
Yeah, canister, powerful gamer.
Powerful wizard for sure.
Okay, we have a Razorkin, whatever the name is, eating a Lightning Helix here on turn 2.
And
And we
then
have
turn
a
3 Screaming Nemesis.
Screaming Nemesis does get in, takes 3 damage. Yannick does, and casts a end step, consult the star charts. Just as I anticipate, after playing a tapped Godless Shrine. So he's set up nicely to cast a inevitable defeat on the Screaming Nemesis here, but as I saw in Carl's hand, he does have the Alger Axonil at the ready here. Okay, just a tapped Godless Shrine means no shenanigans here from Yannick's side when it comes to inevitable defeats here, but he might have a decent answer to this Screaming Nemesis in the form of like a Get Lost. Be pretty nice for this turn.
Yeah, it's. I don't think you want to like lightning. Like you think lightning helix is going to be a very good card against mono red, but you don't want to lightning helix Screaming Nemesis
Yeah, you
at
would
all.
prefer for that to never happen.
Yeah.
If you could never trigger Screaming Nemesis, it would be fantastic for you as the control player. Here we have a Nova Hellcat being cast because Carl is missing a land drop that gets normalized. And he's just Scalding Viper, just hardcast without the adventure part. Not too shocking because not too many non-permanents from Yannick's side. And he just takes the 3 damage, casts nothing. Yannick does seem like he doesn't have too much. Oh, but it's just a Day of Judgment being slow rolled here to get more than one creature with it. So that's pretty nice for him. And now we have Carl hitting his for Philanthropy if he goes for Roger. But it appears that it is not going to be the case. Just a Scalding Viper here. As well as an Emberheart Challenger. Double spelling against control decks counter spells always pretty nice because you cannot answer both cards with 2 mana. I have a Get Lost on the Emberheart Challenger, taking 1 damage from the Pinger.
Yeah, it makes sense to try apply pressure first and play creatures that actually have effects that ping before playing the Ultra, right?
Yeah, definitely. Like next turn, if the order comes down and let's say Yannick has a Get Lost or a similar card to answer the order, he would have to actually use it probably on the Scalding Viper, right? Because he would just take 4 damage if he tried to kill the order.
Mm-hmm.
That is brutal.
And there is Besa just gaining 4 life and drawing a card, if I
Yeah,
saw that correctly.
drawing a card against the red deck, pretty surprising, but well, you love to see it. You usually want to gain life with the card against the red deck, but
And I think in Carl's hand, I actually see a Witch Stalker Frenzy against
okay.
control. In this spot, it's great.
Yeah, but I bet that is a very well thought out scenario for Carl, and he knows that maybe thanks to the Bezas being in the deck for the control decks, for Color Trade Binders decks, he did want to have some amount of the frenzies to push his creatures through.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if he goes for the frenzy or just slams Ojer. Ojer is slammed.
I think I saw a second Besa in Yannick's hand.
Oh, and crucially, Yannick does not have the Normalize. That would be a great spot to use Normalize. Oh, we got the reader.
Yeah, reading it again for a second time.
You have to make sure, What if there's an additional line of text somewhere that you missed?
Oh, there's the Normalize. 1 card too deep.
Oh no, that is tragic. Now the Normalize will deal 4 damage to him.
And you can just like warp the Hellkite and then on attack play Frenzy for 1 mana and Giga Bully Yannick out of the game. So there seems to be Kali's thinking, or is there a judge call, or let's see what they are waiting for.
Yeah, I think just considering his options here, whether if he wants to hardcast the Nova Hellkite or just warp it.
Mm-hmm.
And it appears that he is just going for the warp, dealing 1 damage to the Beza. He might be incentivized to go for a map crack on the Olger Axanil to make the first of all to buff his ability, right? Because it is based off of Olger's power, but also to be able to attack into Beza neatly.
Does Ocha also improve the power of the Hellcat ETB
That's a great question. Let's find that out.
damage to only to an opponent? Okay.
To an opponent. Okay, so Nova Hellcat did not deal for damage to the Beza here.
Yeah. Imagine that you could have cracked the map first, hit the thing, and then
Killed Beza with the
survive.
ETB. That would
Yeah.
be insane. Or Olger on top. I don't think that's what he wants, but he might think that he wants to keep it around because there's a good chance that Olger will die this turn, right? You would expect your opponent, your control opponent, to have an answer to one of your creatures here, and Olger is probably the best one to answer here. But he does go for the graveyard with the explore here, and he will have an attack for 3 and a witch stalker frenzy trying to kill the Beza, and the Beza is down right now. Notably, Karl has cast a 3 mana spell and a 1 mana spell, and it did not trigger the Scalding Viper even once.
Also, it
Or is
only
it on the
says your
opponent?
opponent.
Oh, opponent. Okay, but
Yeah.
if it even if it would say both players, it wouldn't trigger on any of those spells as well, which is pretty funny. Being a 5 mana spell and a 4 mana spell just discounted by different means.
We have the backup Beza, second Beza from the
We have a
hand,
Beza
maybe.
with some blockers this time around, so that's pretty nice for Yannick here as a stabilization. But well, he does need some answers to the board right now. Even though Karl is running off the top, but there's no bad draws here. I think maybe a land would not be the best draw. But we have a Nova Hellkite in the warp zone. We have so many creatures on the battlefield. It's pretty difficult to go wrong here. And we have just a shot to the fish and a combat in which just a couple of lands from Yannick, and well, if you float out, you're gonna beat the red deck. Well, two short ones here, but a nice showing for the red deck. Pretty difficult to answer every single card if you just draw your 9 lands, and not really what Yannick wanted to see. But yeah, the red deck seems to be very good against the control decks, even though they are chock full of life gain.
Yeah, so this was a short round 4. Um, we Thanks for staying this more round. I'm in talks with Yari now, so we will try to. He showed me some ways or some tricks to improve the video, and we will try to do that. And we're gonna hit a short break now, I think. So short break again until round 5 starts. We'll try to get the interviews. We'll try one more thing that Yari told me to fix the video. And thanks, Barczek, for being here, commentating. It was a great pleasure, great company, and good luck in the showcase tournament.
Yeah, thank you so much, Felix, for having me, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day and that the tournament flows smoothly and the quality maybe improves a little bit. Well, thank you again for having me, and I hope everything will go nice from here on. Yeah, and thank you, chat, for tuning in here, and I hope you will stay around for the rest of the rounds.
Thank you. Bye bye. Hello, hello, and welcome. We are back with round five of the German Unity League Nationals. Um, yeah, we are back with round five, and we hope that now it should work. So let's see. I tried something different for this round five. Um, why can't I? Oh, it's still uploading. Okay. It already shows 100%, but still uploading. So maybe it'll take a few more seconds until it's working, but then if it's uploaded properly, we can hopefully give you a better streaming experience than we have done so far. And this round, I think we are featuring table free, which is um, players with a 3-1 score. There are only 4 undefeated players left, I think, and we have seen 2 of them, if I remember correctly. It was uh, Karl just now playing against Alex Schmidhuber. So Monrad against Timo Battlecry as one of the matchups. And it's stuck at 100%. That sucks. Okay. Let's have a look at the decklist first of all. So with this round, we're gonna watch. I can remove bar check. We have first deck lists. Red deck wins by Jordi or Jordi. I think it's Jordi. Pretty much very similar list to to Karl's list we just saw. He's not playing the Ocha. Instead, he's playing, I think, more lightning strikes, like one more Nova Hellcat, one more lightning strike compared to Alex's list. And I'm saying Alex to Karl's list. It looks like a pretty stock red decks wins list with the 4 Needlekins and the 4 Scalding Vipers. Kind of the new invention to beat the VV decks. Sideboard 3 Abrade, 3 Obliterating Bolt, 2 Twisted Fealty, that's the Act of Treason kind of card. 1 Chandra Spark Hunter, 3 Stingerback Terror, so Flying Trample 7/7, prepared for the long games, and 3 Sunspine Links. So a more, I think, heavy sideboard, more on the heavy side mana cost wise. And I'm just gonna try and upload it again, I would say, if it's not uploading properly. Just maybe there was something wrong with it. And on the other side, we have Ali playing. This is Demir mid range. 2 Cecil, 4 Deep Cavern Bats. It's the question if you play bats or not. So I think the other player Azure Beastbinder, which is another good 2-drop. Anything that stands out to me is 2 Stab in this matchup. This might be better than the sorcery version against Red than the tragic trajectory. I'm sorry for my pronunciation. But I think that having Stab is actually better against the red deck, having more instant speed interaction. This is also quite a cool card against Vivi. It gets to exile the opponent's graveyard. So, yeah, quite nice. Anything spicy? What's. Okay, this is just a removal spell. Nothing spicy really in sideboard. 2 Quarzy Revenants. Flying Death Lifelink, better Vampire Nighthawks kind of for the red matchup. Yeah, and I would say let's get right into it. Hmm. Yeah, I'm trying my best. The problem is, I think my microphone is quite old already, so not sure. Maybe in the settings I can make myself a little bit louder. Let's try maybe like this. Mm, Let's check the settings. If I can make myself a little bit louder, but I don't think so. Andi, kannst du Türe zumachen, bitte? Ich vergessen, danke. So, yeah. There's nothing I can really do about the sound. Okay, so. Um, media file. It's okay. It's not uploading. Whatever. Mm, media share. Okay, let's try to get the game going at least. Okay, there's a media share, but not the media share we want. Okay, and never mind. We have to continue with this bad gameplay video, sadly, likely. Add to scene. Let's go. We have on the right side Giordi with mono red, I think, and on the left side Ali with blue black tempo or Demir tempo. Mm. So turn one Cecil. Let me mute Discord. Um, sorry for not proper or bad casting. I'm trying to set this up. Okay, so we got turn 1 Cecil, turn 2 Deep Cavern Bat taking Burst Lightning. That wasn't cast in response. That's quite interesting. I mean, there are two Vipers, two Emberheart Challengers, I think, or maybe it's a Nova Hellkite even, and another land for Jordi. Alles scharf. It's usually perfect at the beginning, and then the quality starts to drop. So let's see if it will stay like this or not. Double checking. And now it starts to drop. And here we see an Ninjutsu Kaito. Returning the Cecil to the hand. Getting in for 4 damage. And I think Kaito zeroed, surveilled 2 cards to top and drew 1 card. And here we see a warped Nova Hellkite. Oh, that's an interesting play to play the Kaito into the known Hellkite. So here we see the strength of Nova Hellkite. That's why I guess the bat didn't kill the bat in response, because he can either like burst lightning it or Nova Hellkite it, and now we got to take down Kaito and bat in the same turn, leaving Jordi with 0 permanents in play besides lands. Looks quite promising for the mono red player for Ali now. And just a go from Jordi. Does that mean he has maybe Curiosity in hand, would be my guess. 4-3 with Flash. So 2 more Vipers in hand, a Burst Lightning, and I think 2 random cards, maybe 3 random cards. I'm trying something Again with the upload thingy for game 2. Man, this is quite a bad experience, sadly, for all of you. Um, Here we see Hired Claw. Okay. Hired Claw from Jordi. Here we have Long Goodbye from Hired Claw from Ali and Long Goodbye from Jordi or Jordi. Um, Followed up by a Scalding Viper. And there we have a Flood Pit Stroller after the Viper entered, tapping it down. So taking 1 damage of the Viper, putting a stun counter on it. And let's see what Jordi's follow-up is. Does he have a Curiosity now, but still attacking into the 1-2 Hired Claw? Might not be the best. So this forces him to have another removal spell first. Mm. Still attacking into the Hired Claw, offering trade. Trade happens. No trade, shuffles back the Scalding Viper. Okay, okay. So trying to get 2 damage in before shuffling the Viper away. And then we have the, I think, Strategic Betrayal, exiling a creature and the graveyard. The graveyard not relevant here from the mono red side, but exiling the Hired Claw, cheap way to deal with it. We have a Screaming Nemesis here. This one very, very strong threat. It looks like a 2-mana removal spell. Simple 2-mana removal spell, yes. Bitter Triumph, still taking 3 damage. Ouch. So Jordi down to 11, I think. The life totals might not be completely correct, or maybe it's Ali on the right side. Maybe I was wrong. Oh yeah, it's Jordi playing right. My bad. So Ali down to 8. Wow, I was saying complete nonsense this entire time. So we have Jordi just plays a Scalding Viper and passes. Ali answering with a removal spell, but in response, the Viper deals 1 more damage to Ali, putting it down to 7. So almost in range for these Nova Hellcat when it comes back. Maybe I can add a scene. No. There's land number 4. And we see the third Viper happening here. Third Scalding Viper, end step, activation of the Soulstone Sanctuary. And Julie says fine, that's okay with me. Another starting town, sadly entering tapped now this turn. And there's the first bold attack, hitting Jordi down to 11. Thanks to Vigilance. There's the Cecil we knew from like 10 turns, taking 1 down to 6. Is this now just triple Burst Lightning in hand for Ali? I think I saw a second Burst Lightning in his hand. So if you fire off 1 Burst Lightning now and then you have to draw another land, you're just gonna win anyways. And we draw, and it's... Now we meet Cecil. She will, or they will flip Cecil for sure next turn, because it's below 10 life, but also has to deal 2 damage when attacking or blocking, so Not the best defensive card if you're at 6. There's a tapped land. Ouch. The blue splash hurting Jordy, playing a tapped Spire Bluff Canal. It's the 5th land, so it enters tapped, unfortunately. Flood Pits Drowner, down to 5, tapping down the Scalding Viper again. Putting a stun counter on it. And I mean, if I'm Jordy now, I take the 5 and double burst lightning my opponent. Down to 6, Cecil triggers, he goes to 3. Flips Cecil, now it's a life linking creature. So if this gets to attack once more, the game might be over for Jordy. So here comes end step, burst lightning phase, and burst lightning phase. And that's game 1. So yeah, in the end, Cecil dealing 2 damage hurt Ali too much, and we see Jordy taking the win in a somewhat close game, I would say. What was very interesting. Let's have a look again at their deck lists for a second. We have Ali with those 2 Cessors. From the sideboard, we see Duress, Spell Pierce, 0-point Ballad. That's a more new card. I'm not quite familiar with it. Destroy all creatures of toughness X or less. You lose X lives. FX X is 6 or more. Return a creature card from your graveyard. Okay, so it's not for the one-red matchup since you're losing life. I can see Essence Scatter. I can see Strategic Betrayals, exiling a card. Favorable Trick to tap down 2 creatures or 1 creature, make 2 blockers. Creature is a 2/4 that blocks. Quasi Revenant is the Vampire Nighthawk. The chance Tideballer could be okay. I don't think Kaito will make it against Red. I think he will cut the Phantom Interferences and the Kaitos. That's like 5 cards. For the Quasi Revenant, the Favorable Chicks, Essence Scatter, Strategic Betrayal, something like that. Looks fine to me, yeah. Maybe shave some bats. It's really not that great into the red deck right now. And from Jordy, what we're gonna see, I think for sure, Obliterating Bolt, because it is 4 damage to any creature or planeswalkers, also to Kaito if they stay in. And also the important thing is Exhibit, so they can kill the Preacher of the Schisms for free. Also, if it's 4 damage, they can kill the Carsi Revenant and Exhibit, so they can't renew it and put a lifelink counter on a creature. Or they can also kill Enduring Curiosity without having the effect of drawing cards stick around. So yeah, for sure the obliterating boards, I think. Maybe the Sunspell links, I think there's not enough basics, but maybe Chandra Spark Hunter I could see as another grindy card, and maybe even the Stingerback Terrors as more ways to finish off the game. So let's check out round number 2, or game number 2, I'm sorry. Round 5, game 2, let's go. We have Ali on the play now since Jordy won the first game. So players are shuffling up. I think Ali took a mulligan. I think So Jordi keeping 7, Ali down to 6. And I think, to be honest, that in this matchup, the blue-black deck should be favored. Of course, depends on the builds of the creatures, of the decks, not the creatures, but which creatures you decide to play. So I think that playing bat is slightly worse than bat is slightly worse than the 1-3 Spinder, but still decent. Um, we have Empire Challenger likely getting tapped down now. Mm, no, actually getting in for 2 damage. No 10-1 or 10-2 play from Ali. Yeah, from Ali, but there is a blue black Preacher of Schism. 3 mana 2 for Death Touch. When it attacks, there are 2 triggers. If you have more life, you lose one and draw a card, and if you have less life, you make a 1/1. And there's Razorkin Needlehead and no attack, and also no third land from Jordi. So maybe he kept the 2 lander on 6, hoping to draw another land, but didn't work out in the end. We see Strategic Betrayal forcing Jordi to sacrifice or exile rather one of his creatures. And a second copy, okay, so just exiling both creatures and making a 1/1 vampire now to get some life back for future turns. And is Jolly counting about discarding 2 hands as well? Oh no, I think that's like 7 cards in hand, no land. Ay ay ay. That's not the best. Oh, but here's Witchstock of Frenzy getting countered by Phantom Interference, so he still left some Phantom Interferences in the deck. That's quite a blowout for Jordi, even more, since he basically spent his entire turn doing nothing now. And Ali is still. Shouldn't Ali be drawing cards now at this point? Oh no, from last turn. Yeah. Okay. Now he has to start drawing cards with the Preacher. And we see. Is it the third land? Nice, nice, nice. Okay, Jordi got the third land, so he might be still back into the game with mono red, even though the board state looks completely abysmal. 2 vampire tokens, the Spiker Sire, and Preacher. What's the best you can do now? Is it Screaming Nemesis? I'm not quite sure. There's another Witchstock of Frenzy. I've also seen, I think, one, maybe 2 copies of Sunspine Links even. So, and there's a Lightning Strike, maybe a combination of like Lightning Strike and Witchstock of Frenzy. We will see what's gonna be happening next combat step. What Jody decides to do. Just to pass the turn with, I guess, 2 or 3 removals open, some shocks, some strikes, some Witchstock of Frenzies. And what has Ali got? Okay, there's the Preacher trigger. I'm drawing a card, losing 1 life. There's the Witchstock of Frenzy for 1 mana, killing the Preacher of the Schism. And this looks like it's thinking about shocking or like, I mean, burst lightning, something. It's looking like to burst lightning something. Even Lava's lightning strike, the Spikeless Siren. Oh wow. Do we see Kaito? No, but Curiosity drawing 2 cards. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Now Ali will pull even further ahead, going back to 19 life, dealing 2 lifelink damage, and drawing the most important thing, 2 cards of his vampire tokens. So even though Jordi killed both creatures, one of them made tokens, and that's a problem. Because even if you go for Nova Hellcat now, kill one of the tokens and attack for 4, then you're still gonna take 5 in the backswing. Ali with a full grip, Jordi with no lands in hand, only 4 drops and many expensive cards. Decides to scoop up, and we're going to a game number 3. I will stop the media share. Let's go. I'm not gonna look at the decklist in additional time. I mean, maybe we can do it. So we saw no cards from Jordi's sideboard. I mean, I guess the Lynx. I think I'm 99% sure we saw a Lynx in his hand post sideboard, and that's kind of it. And for Ali's sideboard, we saw at least one strategic betrayal coming in since he only plays one main deck. So we saw a second copy of that coming in, and I guess we also saw a breach of the schism. So yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Let me share with you the round 3. Game 3, I'm sorry. So next round we have round 8. I'm completely confused now. We have round 6. So we might have a win in on the stream next turn for the top 8. Maybe some players can already ID into top 8. It's slightly different with 7 rounds than with 6 rounds. So you maybe have to win one more than usual. Like you can't go 4-0-2. You have to go 5-0-2, but there might be only one 5-0 player left in the end. So I will try to get you some standings before the next round. And now mono red in the play, leading off with a hired claw. I think that's one of the best starts the deck can have because it basically is a one drop that attacks for 2 damage as long as it can attack. And Ali takes the 2 damage. What's the follow up? A Razor Kill Needlehead. Okay. Takes 1 in the draw step, falls to 17. This means no stab already, no stab in hand. Good sign for Ali. Bad sign for Ali, I guess. Usually, you want if you have the stab, you want to upkeep stab it, but that was not the case. So also no turn 2 play. I mean, this could be a Flood Pits Drown, this could be removal. Obviously, trying to let the opponent think which interaction he wants to play around, and that's the Screaming Nemesis gets Essence Scatter. So the sideboard Essence Scatter came in, but as you can see, it's not looking great. You're still taking 4 damage this turn, taking a 15-minute draw step, but that doesn't mean like Essence Scatter was, I think, a fine choice, but nothing special, nothing spectacular. And there we have Preacher Schism making a 2-4 blocker against the 1-2 and the 2-1 attacker. So great body, unless he gets obliterated bolted now, then it would be terrible, of course. But since Jordi is like thinking at least a little bit, I don't think he has the obliterating bolt in hand. Maybe just a burst lightning, give another land, and I think the Razor Needlehead can always attack if you have a pump spell, since it's first strike on your turn. So yeah, if you attack, this means I at least have a burst lightning, maybe even more than that. Maybe in a Witch Stalker Frenzy, but then maybe you would just Frenzy main phase for 4 mana, attack with the highest claw. So this makes me think it's just burst lightning or lightning strike. And we see burst lightning in his hand, yeah, perfect. Ah, nice. My headphones went off. Perfect. So I have to charge them. Give me a second. What's happening? Ali untapped played a second swamp and is thinking about attacking with the preacher. Attacking with the preacher grants you a 1/1 soldier, a vampire with lifelink, I'm sorry. So let me just get a fresh cable and try to charge my headphones. Actually, I don't need the headphones right now since there's no guest commentator joining me, so I don't need my headphones as of right now. And Jordy's still thinking if he wants to block and how he wants to block. And yeah, nothing really happening. Both players kind of unsure what to do, thinking very carefully about their play. So Ali already on 9 life, which is very low, I think, for turn 4, and just having played 2 spells. And that's end step activation. Okay, so Jordy took the 2 damage, end step activation, no removal from Ali to punish the colorless land, to kill it immediately. And we're gonna see a hardcast Nova Hellcat now. No, we just see a full attack, dealing 1 with the no, 1 with the hired claw, and now before blocks, there will be a enduring curiosity that gets immediately lightning striked. And is this lethal now? If you tap it differently, you should have, yeah. So I think if you do it the other way around, you can burst lightning the vampire token and then pump the hired claw and have exactly 7 damage. 2 hired claw to raise a Kneeler and 3 of the land, and then you can immediately kill him in the upkeep. So now he just opts for 4 damage, putting him down to 4 life, or 5 after the lifelink block, and back to 4 in the roster. But here he missed the opportunity to have lethal in combat. Just burst lightning the token, pump the hired claw, that would be 7 damage. But it's okay. Maybe he didn't know that Soulstone Sanctuary actually can tap for mana after it has been activated to a creature. So we have the Enduring Curiosity effect sitting around, letting you draw cards every time you connect with a creature. And there's Strategic Betrayal, again forcing Jordy to exile one of his creatures. Which one do you choose? And I think Ali should be on 3 maybe? With the ping damage. No, he took 4, right? Yeah, he should be at 3. No, I think it's okay. Whatever, 3 or 4, I'm not quite sure. He gained 1 with the vampire token, he lost 1, so I think he just took 4 damage last turn, then he should be at 4, that's okay. So 4 looks like it's correct, life total. We say bye bye to Hired Claw, it goes into the exile zone, and still kind of 2 lethal attackers, not really. Preacher is staying back now, even though it could make a 1/1 token, but Preacher staying back basically blocks both creatures from attacking. At least that's what Jolly thinks. Or Ali thinks, rather. So I would still love to see like a kick burst lightning now after declaring attacks. Or do we have something better now? Is it Screaming Nemesis? Oh wow. Screaming Nemesis is so powerful. Holy. I think that's the best card in this spot. You basically force Ali to have a removal spell. If he doesn't have it, like the game is over immediately. Okay, he has the Flapid Jonah tapping the Screaming Nemesis. Putting a stun counter on it, so it also won't untap next turn. So you're basically blocking the Nemesis for 2 turns in a row, which is quite nice, since that's, I think, the best card in the spot you could have here. And Nemesis becomes tapped, gets the stun counter. Now I think you always attack with Needlehead since it has first strike, but then he just like double blocks and you kill the Preacher, and then the Drana eats the Needlehead. Maybe it's correct to still attack with both. So just a pass from Jordi, doing nothing, pinging for one. There's Tragic Trajectory, doing -2/-2 to the Razor King Needlehead. That's a good start, to be honest. Cleaning the board, maybe now the Preacher can start attacking again. But being at 3 life. Wait, didn't Ali have a Burst Lightning in hand last turn, which he could have kicked? Am I completely delusional now? That has to be a Burst Lightning. Maybe he really forgot about the mana ability of the Soulstone Sanctuary. At least Preacher's finally getting in, making the one vampire again, and dealing 2 damage, drawing a card. Not the worst, I guess. Going to 16, drawing a card of Curiosity. But now, as soon as Jordi untaps with his Spire Bluff Canal and Fury, he can always Burst Lightning. So we really need to see a deep cover bet this turn, I think. Place Vicasar and make a map token. There's the one piece map, and this was a pass, maybe? Yep, pass the turn, remove the stun counter. Do you just go for the kick Burst Lightning? Personally, I would just go for it and say GG. And I just got confirmation for we have first 2 players just ID'd for top 8, or likely ID'd for top 8. So still not feeling confident enough to cast Burst Lightning kicked. He thinks there might be a spell, like the minus the Phantom Interference in Ali's hand. Now we are hasting up the Hired Claw, making it a 2/2 that can attack and ping for 1 on attack even. And this might force out a removal spell from Ali. No, it's a second Flood Pit Strana. Okay. Second Flood Pit Strana. Oh, pinging for 1 with the Soulstone Sanctuary and throwing in the Burst Lightning for the win. That's exactly 3 damage. Masterfully played by Jordi, waiting until Ali tapped out himself. So maybe Ali had a removal spell. I could have killed the Hired Claw. We will never know. But masterful sequence in the end from Jordi. Playing around, playing it slow. There's no need to run into potential Phantom Interference. That means Jordi is 4-1. And I can tell you now, let me pull my camera here. Hello guys, it's me without the headset now. So we have qualification path here. European Unity League, a very, very nice project. You can kind of like Planeswalker points back in the days, go to your local events, go to regional events like RCQs, play big qualifiers, or even kind of Grand Prix style events like the RCs, the regional championships, for seasons maybe, Impact returns in Spain, and so on. and all of these give you points to qualify for your country's national championship. Right now, we're having the German national championship, which is standard. We have roughly 50 players attending, 7 rounds of Swiss, and tomorrow we will have the top eight. Table one just ID'd. We got the confirmation. Mm, Table one has ID'd, so I can tell you in top eight, or 99% in top eight, should be Karl Meinung. Karl, we saw him on Monored already on stream, and also Maximilian Penskover, also known as Da Vinci, MTG on Twitter and social media basically, playing Vivi Cauldron. So we have one Monored and one Cauldron deck already confirmed in the top 8. And besides that, it's looking quite nice. We have, I think, a cool feature match this round or the next round. They are playing something right now. And so if you want to qualify for nationals, next season already started, with October 1st. You can try and qualify for next year's national championship in your country. It will be again starting between October and December 2026. So the new season just started. Go to your weeklies, go to your FNMs, tell your stores about it, play the RCQs, try to qualify for as many big tournaments as you can. And by just constantly playing, you will get to the national championship one day. Today we have a 17-year-old player competing here in his first big tournament, just by playing weekly tournaments. That's quite nice. And you can up to $20,000 in prizes. So for now, we have round 6 going on. We are waiting for the feature match for the recording, and I will give you a short break in between now. We tried some things for the audio and video quality. It worked a little bit, but it's still not perfect. So almost cut myself off. Let's see if we can improve it even more for the last round or the last 2 rounds of today, and especially tomorrow for the important part, the top 8. So see you guys soon. Roughly 20-minute break for now. Let's see. I will update you guys on stream. I was muted. Okay. Welcome, guys. We had a very, very, very long judge call in this round. So it took forever to get finished. But we are ready to show you round number six, which is basically a win-in for the top eight. So, uh, um, give me 1 second. First of all, let me show you the matchup. Mm, uno momento. We have Dimir midrange versus Band Omniscience. So Omni is not dead after all. And perfect. So we can see here Band Omniscience von Leon Schmidtke. It's a kind of funny story that I get to commentate on this Omniscience deck, since I was one of the two people who invented the Omniscience deck back with Abuelo's Awakening, or who made it popular, let's say it like that. And then also one of the people who made this version popular. And I think Leon is even playing some of my cards. So I'm very happy that he's doing well. So what this deck tries to do is basically get Omniscience in the graveyard, and then it's an enchantment that lets you play all spells for free, and reanimate it in the end step with Yuna, since Yuna can reanimate any enchantment, not only enchantment creatures, but any enchantment. So you're basically a blue-white tempo control deck, kind of like playing a lot of draw spells and trying to get the Omniscience into your graveyard. And then you win by looping the Smarang River Regent with the Rolling Dragon Storms, or with Overlord of Flood Pits, and then eventually making a million White Overlords. White Overlords, yeah. So we have some Get Lost, some Consults, No More Lies is Revealed, some Star Cages, sideboard, basically disruption and threats. And for his opponent from Eldar, we have the version with 4 Beast Binder of blue black tempo, Flappet Strana, one Lord Skitter main deck that could be quite nice. We have one Tishana's Tidebinder main deck, which could also be nice. 2 Phantom Interference, pretty stock looking like list. Sideboard a Karsi Revenant, which is not, it's the free fade life linker. So yeah, let's see how this goes. How many Caverns is Leon playing? 2 Cavern of Souls. That's okay. I would like to play 3 in this matchup, but it's whatever. So let's jump right into our round 6 match. And this is a win in, I think. I'm 99% sure. So whoever wins this round will be playing in the top 8 tomorrow. We have Elder on the left with the Lorcana Winnie Pooh sleeves, I think, and Leon on the right. After this, there will be one more round, and due to the delay, I think the round should work immediately. The round should start immediately. Yeah, I have a confirmation that there are the 2 players who drew last round in round 6 also can ID this round, and then 2 more players can ID as well. So it's likely 4 players locked with 5-1-1 or better, and 3 to 4 players can make it with a 5-2 score. So quite the open field. Let's see who wins the die roll. Players are still shuffling up. So yeah, looking at Elder's list again, anything that stands out to me that's not common. I mean, one Typebinder main deck is okay, one Lord Skitter main deck. Also playing one Mockingbird that lets you copy any creature, either yours or the opponent's. Kaito Bin of Nightmare, one Stab, I mean, that's okay, I guess. One Strategic Betrayal, it seems like all lists opted for Strategic Betrayal nowadays. And we have sideboards, we have Annual Duresses, Spell Pierce, Disdainful Strokes, one Essence Scatter, we also saw that from the last blue black deck. Lord Skitter, Tishana, Elegy Acolyte, that's a good way to win the long and grindy games. So yeah. And what I can tell you, basically, game one is, I think, pretty even game. As soon if Leon gets to like land the Yuna with the cavern, there's not much Elder can do, or even the overlords through the caverns. Hello? So there's not much Leon can do, Elder can do through the caverns. And post board, Leon will likely cut the combo and play a more mid-range game with Tidebinders, Voice of Victories, Besas, and also more white overlords and reanimate them. And I think I didn't see who won the die roll. Mm. So Liam on the die roll, starting off with turn 1 Surveillant, surveilling with you to the graveyard. And now Elder already kind of knows what's up, that he's playing again against the Band Omniscience deck, takes form from the starting town, and leads off with Spikeless Siren. Important for a deck to have 1-drops in this matchup, since you want to have a Kite to turn 3 for sure, even playing around Normalize, like not getting a 2-drop Normalized from Leon. But you see Pinnacle Starcage, which might get to answer 1-drop and 2-drop, just a land and a pass from Leon. This is the blue-green Verge, if I'm correct. Let's see what Elder has going on for him. That's the map crack. Okay. So we crack the map, hit a long goodbye that instantly goes to the graveyard. Yeah. Don't need that against the Yuna deck. I don't think there's any target besides like the 2-1 creatures from the White Overlord. Down to 18 for Leon, and wow, a 1-land hand on 7 on the draw. Huh. That's crazy. Um, Still trying to get everything sorted here with the video quality. Leon has a Lush Portico, Green White Surveillance, and Elder discarding to hand size. Ouch. Imagine you playing a Arena in. I mean, first of all, why you keep this hand, but also mulliganing to hand size is quite tough. Discarding to hand size, not mulliganing to hand size. But this 2-2 Spiker Siren is doing its job, attacking Leon already down to 14 life. And we have a kicked, consult the star charts, and a second land for Elder finally. Land number 2, even though it's a colorless land now, at least he can cast his 2-drops. And he can cast his 2-drops. Goes for the consult, can take the omniscience now, can take another land. think it's 3 mana. It's time for Pinnacle Star Cage. Okay, no, he's playing a blue Overlord, drawing 2 cards, discarding one with the impending ability. So it will enter with 4 counters, lose a counter every end step, and then becomes a creature. And he discards the namesake card Omniscience. So next turn we are ready to get Yuna going, and then mm, 1 second. So we have enough turn Flood Pits Drowner from Elder, applying more pressure now. Hmm. So Leon played the Star Cage to get rid of all the 2 drops, and there's Lord Skitter, the one of excelling the Omni now from his graveyard. So Omni proof. Hmm. Yari's trying to do something right now, so let's see what he will be able to do. Now we will continue with the match. So Omniscience gone from the graveyard. Leon has now, I think, 7 lands in play. Yep. We see a Dragon Storm, maybe discarding another copy of Omniscience this turn. That would be great. So we're drawing 2 cards, discarding one. That's a Yuna, and that's also an Omniscience. Yes. So now we're gonna play Yuna, hopefully. Yes, there's Yuna. With one mana open, there's nothing that can happen. There's no Floodmore. At least we know that there's no Floodmore main deck. And he gets to reanimate the Omniscience with a Finality counter on it. So if it ever would die, it would go to Exile, but unlikely that it's gonna die against the blue-black deck. There's only bounce spells, if even any, left. Now the question is, what's in Leon's hand? He has the White Overlord next turn. He can play the Normalized this turn for free without paying any mana costs. I think I see another Omniscience. I see another Blue Overlord and a land, I think. So not the best. He gets to see 2 more new cards with a Wayland, 3 more new cards, and then that's it, kind of. So not the most exciting hands to have in this spot. And is Elder thinking about firing up the land? No, that can't be right. Nice tapping it to play, I think, a Flood Collar tapping down Yuna, or actually killing Yuna with Shoot the Sheriff. You're playing Normalize just to force him to pay the 3 extra mana. That means he can play no other spells this turn, which I think is a nice way to utilize the Normalize. Not the best play, but also not the worst play, right? So you're basically saying, okay, I'm free to go on my turn to do whatever I want to. Was there one more counter? Maybe I saw a card. I missaw a card. Let's see what Leon is doing. That's the power of omniscience. Even though it's not your turn, you can still play the spells for free. We get to kill the Yuna, make a new token, exile the Yuna. Yuna's exiled, and swing for 4. Putting Leon down to 6. Ooh, that's nice when there's unauthorized exit, bouncing the Overlord, and surveilling 1. So he basically resets his draw 2 spell. Surveils 1. Basically, every card that doesn't cantrip at this point, you put it in the graveyard. And see what he drew. Okay, what he's drawing. I think it was a Meringue River Regent. That's quite nice. Now Blue Overlord, drawing 2, discarding 1. Discarding omniscience, okay. Second Overlord, drawing 2, discarding 1. Discards the white Overlord, that's crazy. I can get back a few Funa, I guess. Blue Overlord. Discards land. Third blue over a fourth blue Overlord. Gets another land. Now Meringue, River Regent, I guess. Bouncing both white overlords, both blue overlords, and Roaring Dragonstorm with the trigger, and Elder scoops it up. That's 1-0 for Leon. Now let's look back at their sideboards for a second. Then we can skip the sideboarding process. So what Leon is gonna do is, or what I would do with this deck is basically cut 2 to 4 omniscience against Demir, cut the 2 unauthorized exit, cut some number of refuse, cut some number of normalize. So actually cutting a lot of cards. Adding Seam Rips, Gets Lost, Voice of Victories, Tishana's Typebinders, Basers, and White Overlord. So basically you can add up to 13 cards. Maybe Typebinder's not the best, it's okay. You can even make an argument for a null to beat the Enduring Curiosity, but I don't think it's good enough. So you can put something like 10 to 13 cards from Leon's side, and taking out the 4 omniscience, that's 4 cards, 2 exits, that's 6 cards, 3 refutes, that's 9 cards, and then like 1 or 2 normalize. So you add board, transform yourself into a more creature-based mid-range enchantment value deck based on Yuna and the Overlords instead of a omniscience combo deck. And on Elder side, for sure, a null best card. A null countering both the blue and the white Overlord, as well as the removal like Pinnacle Starcage and Seam Rip. The rest, great against the deck. To the Stable Stroke, very strong. Also countering Impended Overlords when they are cheaper. Essence Scatter also countering the Overlords. Lord Skittermore, Tishan's Typebinder, LG Acolyte. So we're gonna see a lot more disruption on the stack from Elder this game. He's gonna trim likely the trajectories, the stab, maybe some Azure Beast Binders, and playing a more control-ish role this game. Or at least with more interaction on the stack than on the battlefield. We can skip a little bit ahead so we don't waste time on shuffling. And I think both players are drawing their opening 7. We already saw Elder's first play, but I hope you guys don't mind. I'm saving you a few minutes of lifetime. So we see shocking in a 1/1 Mockingbird from Elder. This basically guarantees that you can get the turn 2 Kaito, a turn 3 Kaito, even through a single removal spell, because you can apply a second threat on turn 2. And he already gets even for 1. I see another Floodpit drawn. I see the Kaito, I think. I see another land. It's a tapped land, it's a reef. Yeah. So just being aggressive with the 1 drop, not playing into normalize. Now Leon should try maybe play a Memphis removal if he wants to interact with the Mockingbird. And I think I saw a seam rip, but he's not interested in seam ripping the Mockingbird. That's a little bit suspicious, so he has no fear of Kaito. There's third land, there's combat, there's attack, and there is Kaito. Jing, 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 jing. And I'm pretty sure I saw a seam rip in the hand, but maybe he doesn't want to seam rip a 1/1. I can't see that, but I think the top most card is a seam rip. Yeah, very sure about that. So I don't know what happened here, but we'll see what he has planned with the seam rip if he doesn't want to prevent Kaito from coming down. Maybe he was scared of like Spell Pierce or Annul, but I think trading Annul in this spot is excellent. Now I get lost in the Kaito. Okay, I can see that. But it's like trading down on resources, you know? Letting Kaito draw a card, getting back the Mockingbird to the hand, and then giving him 2 maps. And I think Elder already has a second Kaito on the ready. Do you hardcast this at any point? Do you just play 2 flat pits Drana in the end step if that's what I correctly identified in his hand? Yeah, looks like 2 flat pit drowners. Maybe it's time for White Overlord now. I mean, White Overlord sadly performs poorly into double flat spit Drana. 1 flat pit Drana would be fine, but having 2, tapping down both insect, I think it's 2/1 insects. Yeah. And there's the White Overlord as predicted. I don't think I've seen an Annul in Elder's hand, so there is the White Overlord with impending, creating 2 1/1 spawns. No, not spawns. Damn, I'm thinking about more than 2/1 2 2/1 insects with flying. And now tap 1 down and also tap the other one down. Nice overload you got there, man. So yeah, basically that's just time walked Leon. And now it's a good time to Kaito again, to be honest. Just getting in for 5 damage, getting another Kaito going. We see a Spell Pierce in Elder's hand, Kaito, I think another land, and the Mockingbird. So not really any interaction besides Spell Pierce. So we see attack with both. Then obviously Leon is tapped out, so we can get Kaito into play for a second time. And he's actually. Oh, that's a nice interaction. So he's activating the ability of Flapitstrana to shuffle a creature back into the deck. And then jutsus the Flapitstrana away. I'm not sure that's correct. It's a legal play, but we will see. And I think there was a judge call. So we can skip the judge call for a little bit. So yeah, the Flapitstrana back into the hand, and the insect token got shuffled back into the deck from Leon. So Leon took 5 damage this turn. Playing New Surveillant. I think he left the card on top, I was still thinking. But it's not looking good here. You're facing down again a second Kaito. And Flapitstrana having not really a lot going on. Now it's time to simulate the Flapitstrana, the simulate we had on turn 1. So could have prevented or at least slowed down the first Kaito, but it's okay now. Dealing the annoying 2-1 Flapitstrana creature. Now all you have to do is get rid of Kaito. I think I saw a Meringue in his hand, which needs one more land to play. So likely that's what's on top, is another land. What is Elder gonna do now? Ooh, he drew quite a lot of cards. I see Curiosity, I think. Yeah, he drew one from Kaito, he drew one for turn, he put the Flapitstrana back in his hand, obviously. So has like a full grip of 6 or 7 cards. I think the easy move is just to attack with Kaito, start to surveil maybe, see what's going on. On top of your deck, maybe find a duress, maybe find a disdain for stroke, something like that. So we have Kaito emblem. Okay, Kaito plus creating an emblem, pumping all the ninjas, and now we start with mapping Kaito. That's a shoot the sheriff. I'm not sure we want that right now. Leon asks back for his maps. And I think we keep it. Interesting. I mean, I guess we can always keep it for later. And now that's a +1/+1 count on the Kaito. Now it's a 5/6 if I'm counting correctly. And there's nothing Leo can do against it anyway, since it's hexproof creature. We play land, and no Curiosity is interesting. And pass. You can always animate or flash into Curiosity, so that's okay. Or animate the thing, Cameron on Dragon, playing the Dragon, targeting Kaito. Yeah. I think targeting Kaito is fine. And the map token, sure. I think Leon is already down to 6. Wow. That's a close one. And we know there's Shoot the Sheriff on top, so that Meringue is not for long to live in this world. So we see at the end step, Curious Stephen Elder now, likely. Then shoot the sheriff on the dragon and starting to attack. Can you also animate the land? Yeah, I can animate at least the Soulstone Sanctuary, forcing a jump block from the Spirit token next turn. So maybe I would have liked bouncing the Overlord. I think that would have been a cool play. Bouncing my own Overlord of Hauntwoods, I think. No, Mistwoods. I think it's Mistwoods. Yeah. Like bouncing on Overlord, like kind of resetting it. I mean, next turn you get the 6/6 body, which is nice. But the thing you care the most about in this matchup are the 2/1 flyers. So there is end step Flood Pit Strauner on the. And this looks like a lethal line to me, no? Yeah, he found the lethal line. Now you can animate the Soulstone Sanctuary. It's a 4 power land due to the Kaito emblem. Or it's just, I guess, doing it like this with the reef. What? Maybe the life totals are wrong. Hmm. I'm a little bit confused, but it's okay. I think he could for sure have killed Leon here. Kaito passing, playing a land, passing with Flood Pit Strauner up. Doesn't look good for Leon. Needs to have at least one white overlord, if not two in the same turn, basically. That's what I'd like to bounce my overlord and now replay it to make some more moth, let's call them insect tokens. You're not really any cyber cards from Elder. We saw main deck Phantom Interference, main deck Shoot the Sheriff. I think he holds a Spell Pierce, or he is holding a Spell Pierce, so that's his sideboard card that we saw this game. From Leon also is a Seam Rips, likely more white overlords. 4 mana casting. 5 mana. Is this Uno time? No. Okay, still 4 mana. Kick, consult the star chart. Crazy. Someone thinks they might not die this turn. How does he want to do that? He already played a land, I think, and he's on 2 life, if the life totals are correct. Maybe they are wrong, but he knows about the Flood Pit Strauner and like the million creature lands that are in play. Hmm. Ah, yeah, Overlord. I mean, Overlord can still be tapped down. Unless you type bind that now, or like normalize it, but then still Kaito taps it down. It's still not a winning line of play. Kaito can still minus on one of these, and then it's still lethal again. So, I'm not quite sure. And that's game 2. So, Elder equals out the score for a 1-1. We're gonna see a final game 3 between those two Magic players. And remember, the winner is in the top 8 for tomorrow and qualified for Unity League Championship. So fast forward a little bit. We see, I think, Leon keeping his opening 7. Maybe we can have a look at the hands while he draws them. He draws his cards. So we see Leon has Pinnacle Star Cage, but he's not very into showing us his hand, and Nita is Elder, so Pinnacle Star Cage, I think, also saw it. Tisha's Tidebinder, Leon's side. And Elder taking a mulligan down to 6 cards. Leon keeping his 7, so Pinnacle Star Cage, Tidebinder, and 5 other cards. Ella going down to 6, likely had a two-slow hand, maybe, or not of interaction, whatever you're looking for. At least one annul, I would say at this point. Maybe a duress, maybe disdain for stroke, also great card in this matchup. And generally just pressure, having the turn 3 kite to having the turn 4 curiosity, backed up by the turn 1 of 2 or 3 interaction is key here. And also Elden already familiar with the deck, so he knows what Leon has in the sideboard and what Leon is planning to do, unlike not being full combo all 3 games, and instead being more mid-rangey, grindy, playing multiple overlords gameplay. Yeah. We have turn 1 land from Leon, Sea ripping the turn 1 Cecil from Elder and playing a Survey land. We have the rest from Elder revealing Plains, Get Lost, Pinnacle Star Cage, Typebinder, Blue Overlord. So he can take Blue Overlord, he can take Typebinder, but he can take either Duress, Get Lost, or Star Cage. And I think it's the Get Lost most likely, yes. Get Lost goes away. Again, I have one lander on 6. Aye. And Leon firmly in the driver's seat now, starting to impend the Blue Overlord. Draws 2 cards, discards, draws another Tidebinder, I think. Discards the Star Cage now, maybe. Makes sense. So Elder found his second land, but again, it's a swamp, unfortunately. And he found his third land, so maybe he just forgot to play the land, but did I miss something? No, he clearly hasn't played the land on the previous turn and just passes. So screams to me Flood Pits Drowner. Leon plays Cavern of Souls that he top decked, and likely an Overlord, that's the best name. And the blue Overlord goes down to 1 counter, not being a creature until next turn. There's the Flood Pits Drowner from Elder. Leon has Normalize to counter it. So no threat of Kite to this turn. I think I'm seeing a Disdainful Stroke in Elder's hand. A Phantom Interference, another land he drew for turn, so one more shock land. two counters, but the counters don't do anything against the impended overlords and the overlords through cavern. So he shocks himself down to 16. And there is hardcast 4 mana Kaito, and Leon actually going for Tishana's Tidebinder. And as far as I'm correct, Kaito still stays a creature, but no abilities on it. Like, it stays as a creature not on Leon's turn, but it stays a creature on Elder's turn. Surveillant from Leon, surveilling another land in the graveyard, and he's attacking face. I think that's a tiny mistake. You should still attack the Kaito, in my opinion. And I mean, I guess you can say, okay, the overlord is also fine to clear it. But there we have the 5/3 flying overlord now. Back from kind of the suspend, impend mechanic on turn 3. Just waiting to attack on the next turn. Elder draws another land, and he has Disdainful Stroke and Phantom Interference in hand, but I don't think he has another. I don't see the last card. I think it's only 3 cards. And now they likely having their second longer judge call that's happened this round. So let's see the interaction with Tidebinder and Kaito. And I'm pretty much sure that you can't activate it, but it's still a creature. So maybe skip a little bit ahead. Yeah, the judge is figuring something out. Okay. So I think it's correct that Kaito is a 3/4, but you can't use abilities on Kaito. And it also doesn't have hexproof, of course. I think the last card we just saw was another Kaito, to be honest. Ay, ay, ay. That's not looking good for Elder than if it's another Kaito. I think they're still the judge talking to them. If what I saw was correct, is that Leon has a second Typebinder in hand, and Elder has a second Kaito in hand. We could see a very, very big blowout this turn, because Elder could try to ninjutsu the second Kaito of the first Kaito, bouncing both planes, like bouncing the planeswalker back to his hand, and then Leon can simply Tidebinder it, and that the result of that interaction is that both Kaitos are in Elder's hand. He has spent 3 mana, so he can't hardcast one, and has 2 counters left, which is, I think, the Disdainful Stroke and Phantom Interference. So he can't even redeploy another creature at instant speed or even sorcery speed. So Kaito again can't attack for the entire of next turn neither. And I think that puts Leon pretty much in a very, very commanding position. So players still deep in the tank, likely still in the judge call. I can again go a few minutes in the future. Yeah, because this judge call takes forever and ever. Okay. So we get the judge call. No. Okay. So looks like we're at the end of the judge call, and I'm 99% sure it should be okay. Kaito can't attack. Kaito is a 3/4, but can't use abilities. Now Elder goes attacking. Leon, I guess, should say no blocks. Know what he's doing. Ooh, get lost in the Kaito. Get lost in the Kaito before blocks. That's also quite nice. going to use this map tokens to Elder, who doesn't have any creature. Now are we seeing post-combat? Oh, sorry, long day. Post-combat hard casts Kaito. Is that what we're seeing? Looks like it. Yep. Second Kaito comes down. And I think immediately plussing again. Oh, stunning the Overlord, but there is. Ouch, Jesus, the second Tidebinder, as predicted or as I have seen. And that's quite an impossible spot for Elder now, since Leon can almost attack for Leaf. I think it's 11 damage, yep. But you would rather just kill the Kaito at this point, I think. And that's not a duress mill, not the card you want to see when your opponent has 0 cards in hand. So this might be Leon as being this close to clenching up his top 8 spot in the German Nationals and guaranteeing a qualification to the Unity League finals. So, 6 mana. Is it? Oh, Marang River Regent. Wow. Bouncing back. Kaito and map. I think you just kill the Kaito at this point, but it's whatever, to be honest. Swinging in for 11 points of damage, putting Elder down to 2 life, drawing. I think that was a normalize. I mean, I would have liked to keep that up, but it's okay. Having a giant dragon on the board, also perfectly fine. Elder down to 2 life, a Kaito and 2 counters present hands. What is the top of his library ring? Nothing, and he extends the hand. Wow. What a game. Tidebinders from Leon. Completely dominated both Kaitos from Elder. Crazy. Congrats to Leon, my kind of my friend on my Band of Nations deck, or my take on Band of Nations. Proud of you, Leon. You did a great job, great game. And round 7 is already going on, almost done. The feature match. I can show you, I guess I can show you the standings from round 6. We can do that. I need to send them to me myself on Discord, and then I can show you the companion standings for all of you. It's not in this group, it's in the other group. Yep, perfect. So my friend Carl sent me the standings, and I'm just gonna open them on a Discord. Zack. So on Discord, 1 second, I will show you now. We have the standings of round 6. I have to switch the screen share to this. Yep. So in first place, as you can see, you can even zoom a little bit in. Yep. Perfect. First place, Karl Meinung, the mono red player, 501. I did last round with Max Penskoffer, playing Blue Red Cauldron, Blue Red VV. MTG Da Vinci from Twitter, you might know him. For second place, I think Karl is 5th place, and Max was 4th place of Germany. In 3rd place, Leon Schmidtke, we just saw him winning on Band Omni with Yuna. He should be able to ID into this round. Into the top 8. Not he should be able to ID this round for the top 8. On 4th place, we have Sebastian R. I sadly don't know who that is, so not quite sure who what deck he's on. And 5th place, we have Jordi on mono red. We also saw him 5-1. So he either, depending on how the pairings work, like it's likely Karl against Leon and Max against Sebastian, something like that. So it's like Jordi against Elder, or Jordi against Alex. We will see. So Sebastian, Jordi can maybe draw if he finds an opponent that wants to draw. If not, he has to play. Elder 4-2, 5-2, best tiebreakers. If he wins, he's in. Same for Alex Schmidhuber and Timo Battlecry. We also saw him, I think, in the second round today. 65% opponent matching rate, almost 66. So very, very great. We have Matthias. He is playing, or they are playing Um, Blue Red Vivi as well. Then Vincent Reiter is also playing Vivi as far as I know. We have Rene Hubrich on I wanted to show this deck on the new Living End kind of deck. Maybe if he wins, he will likely make top 8, I think. Alpaslan, we already saw him on Cheska Control. I think Robert was also playing Blue Red Cauldron. Peter, I don't know. This was Alexander Meyer. He's 4-2 with Cauldron, also playing for the win and in, and I don't know Alexander B. So, yeah, great stuff going on. Very, very close field in the end. Let's count. So these four are locked. I would say one win of 5 and 6, one win of 7 8, one win of 9 and 10, and one win of 11 and 12. So likely the top 12 are playing win and in. Maybe depending on tiebreakers, Alex or Peter can overtake Robert if he wins. So yeah, still a bunch of magic to be played. And the last round is still going. Oops. So once again, what does the top 8 achieve here? They have the qualification, top 8 in Germany and German nationals qualifies for the European Magic Cup. It's a tournament in Bologna next year, at the start of next year, start of 2026, where you play one of three formats. You can choose Pauper, you can choose Modern, you can choose Standard. And then on Sunday, there's also a team sealed tournament out of three players from each country, or like teams of three of each country. And in Germany, the top 8 qualified. We can actually, I think, show the prizes from this tournament here. 1 second, the nationals. So let me make another screen share. So what you can win at this tournament, you can win this beautiful, wonderful tropical island. Uh-huh. Oh, wrong scene, I guess. Yeah, you can win this beautiful trophy. You can win this beautiful tropical island altered by Shivan art. Looks very, very cool. And also the trophy says national champion of Germany. So any information about the prizes, so first place gets the invite in the duel, that all the top 8 qualifies to the European Magic Cup. Second to fourth place gets the IFG deck box max, and fifth to 16 get the IFG deck box. And for each participant, 20 euros go into the prize pool, and store credit will be divided on the top 16 players. Yeah. So we have, I think, similar prizes to the qualifier. We have the Altar Duel for the first place. We have the trophy and the playmat for the winner. We have the deck boxes, the RFG deck box max for 1 to 4. And for 5 to 16, this time 5th to 16th place, we have the RFG deck box ATDS. So great stuff. I just got confirmation that Max Penskover ID'd and Carl and Leon also ID'd. So we have 4 players confirmed already in the top 4. I'm top 8. No, the top 8 is not confirmed yet. I just showed it. I can show it again. Give me a second. Top 8 is not confirmed. We have 4 players confirmed and 4 players still playing for their slot. I got a screenshot from the companion app. Let me get the new screen share for you guys. Yeah. So once again, wrong. Here, let's go. Once again, we have in first place, this was round 6 standings, and Carl and Leon just ID'd. So both of them, Carl is 5-0 and 2, Leon is 5-1-1. Both of them were locked for top 8. Then we have Maximilian Penskover, or Max Penskover. He also ID'd with Ito Sebastian or with Jordi. I don't know with who, but he's also 5-0-2 and locked second place of the tournament. And either Sebastian or Jordi, who I did with Max, are also locked for this tournament. Likely it was Sebastian. And so the first four places likely are locked for top eight. Unfortunately, there's no sixth person for Jordi to draw with, to ID with. So he has to likely play against, let's say, Elder, and then you have Alex Schmidhuber against Matthias, Vincent Reiter against René Hubrich, Alpasan against Robert, and so on. So realistically, the top 12 have a shot of making it. Do Robert's breakers are really bad, only 50%. So maybe if Peter or Alex wins and their breakers improve a little bit, they could still overtake Robert. But likely it's the top four players. Winner of Jordi versus Elder, winner of Alex versus Matthias, winner of Vincent against René, and winner of Alparslan against Robert. So this will be our top 8 for tomorrow. And we are right now waiting for the round 7 feature match to finish and to be uploaded. So we will now head in a short break before we bring you the last deciding match. I heard it's table 6. So table 6 would mean Alparslan against Robert. Let's see if that's correct. We will. So maybe this is, I think, Chess Control against Blue Red Vivi, Cauldron. Deck-wise, Carl was playing Mono Red, Max Pensko from Da Vinci NTG was playing Blue Red Vivi Cauldron, Leon was playing Band Omniscience, Jordi is playing Mono Red, Elder's playing Dimir, Alex plays Timo Battlecry. I think Matthias is on Vivi again, as well as Vincent is also on Vivi, I think. René is on the new Living End deck. Peter, I don't know. Alexander Meyer is on Vivi, and Alexander B, I also don't know. Yeah, Matthias is on Vivi, exactly. So lots of Vivi in the top 8 or in the top 16 and potential top 8. Yeah, we're gonna do a short break. I would say roughly 15 to 20 minutes. And that should be enough until round 7. Do you have a confirmation? Let's see. Or we can actually get game 1. Maybe we can get round game 1 immediately or in a few minutes. So Vivi Red would have thought, yeah. So it's lots of Vivi. I think the top 8 is basically the top 16 is like 50% Vivi or something, and 2 or 3 red players. So yeah, as expected. I'm trying to get you the round 7 as soon as possible. Likely we'll just start with the game 1 recording and then do game 2 and game 3 afterwards. So maybe it's just a shorter break, more like 5 to 10 minutes, I would say. Unless it's controlled, and it might take forever. But I would say we will take a 10-minute break from now, and I will update the timer if anything changes. But we will likely get you game 1 and then game 2 and game 3 separated afterwards for more time, so you don't have to wait as long. We are back a few minutes earlier than expected since we got the game one done already and game two is still playing, but we can start to watch the first game of the last round of the win and in. Let me see who we got on the feature match. We got Alpaslan against Robert, so we know Cheska Control against what is Robert playing? Let's see. He is playing. Ooh, is it prowess? An interesting take on the Vivi deck. Mm, let's get the decks onto the screen. So we have again the Cheska control we have already seen from Alpaslan. Alpaslan. He plays Free Shiku, Tumarang, River Regent, Free Cheska Revelations, some split ups because they're great with Shiko, stock ups also great with Shiko, more a tap out controlish deck. Only 3 normalized, 2 3 steps ahead as counter magic. But we have the spicy 61 cards, we have this River Churn Monument that lets you mill out your opponents out of nowhere, and free authority of the consoles to combat the mono red matchup and incidental life gain in the main deck. And on Robert's side, we have this more traditional or older version of VV decks, I would say. They're playing Thunderstruck Trainer, which is like card draw engine, Quantum Riddler, Floodmoss, more opts, so more of these cards. Also Splash Portal. Ooh, that's nice with Quantum Riddler. So you can warp Quantum Riddler for 2 mana, then Splash Portal, exile it, return it back to the battlefield, and it will stay as the 4/6 body. So you basically can like do the red black evoke thing that was happening more on the scam deck, or the now blink deck in modern do the same thing with like ephemerate does, but only once. Some wild ride, some winter night stories, free artist talents, great card, draw is cutting through your entire deck. Also, I think it is a discard draw. Yeah, discard draw especially great with Quantum Riddler, getting to discard to 0 1 cards and then drawing 2 cards. So a very exciting match. I think game one there might be too many dead cuts for Robert, or not many ways to win. Like he has some VVs or some Riddlers, but besides that, I don't think that he's well equipped to win against the Cheska control deck. And post sideboard, we will have some Spell Pierce and some Riles only. So let's see how this matchup goes. I'm very excited. I mean, Control isn't the most popular deck now, anyways. You have to be prepared for VV, you have to be prepared for Mono Red, you have to be prepared for Demir. That's what this sideboard is mostly tagged for, or looks like it. So let's start round 7, game 1, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, last round of the day. Cheska Control against Is It Prowess. And we see Alpaslan on the left rolling a 9, and I think Robert on the right rolled an 8. So in the end, Robert won a die roll, leads off with, I think, Island and Storm Chaser's Talent, making a 1/1 auto token with Prowess to start off, get the aggression going, get in some nice chip damage before Alpaslan can stabilize the board and take over the game. Blue-red Surveillant from his side. I think that's an authority of the consoles in the hand, and we see that must be Cheska Revelation milled, so not interested in drawing a 7 mana spell on turn 2. And that's the new multiversal passage. I assume he's naming red since he already has the island in play. Here we see the blue-red checkland, or no, it's not checkland, Verge, kind of like checkland. And there is attack for 1, again hitting Alpsland down to 18, and Vivi gets no more lists. So no cardinal shenanigans available. and there's a lightning helix which can take care of the auto token sooner or later. This might be a good turn to actually stock up already if you have it. Yes, perfect. Everything going according to Alpaslan's plan, playing the stock up. Not taking this card to hand says since you played a normalize, so I think you should have 7 cards in hand. Auto token gets it in for another 1 point of damage, and that's it. So maybe Robert kept a very interactive hand with Splash Portals, Flood Moors, Torch the Towers. So let's see what's going on here. Another attack for 1. Land and pass from Alpaslan, I think. He can, whatever, consult the Star Trust. Yeah, just gotta say. Consult, draw 2 cards. I think I saw Shiko. Should be a great pick, and then 1 more random card. Then you can maybe main phase Lightning Helix or just play out the Authority so you don't have to discard. And 2 cards going to the bottom of the deck. And draw for turn 5 mana, nothing from Robert. That's kind of sad. So I guess his hand must be loaded with removal and blink spells. Likely, maybe some Soul Cauldrons even. Floodmoors, Splash Portals, Wild Rides, Torch the Towers. Now I think Alpaslan should play the how is it called? The Authority of the Consuls. And yes, Authority is out of this card, and I think it's now 7 cards in hand. Leaving open Normalize. I mean, maybe Robert is also respecting the Normalize here. So we see now finally he's playing the Artist talent. This is, I think, basically if you don't level it up, it's just draw a card and discard a card whenever you play an instant, or like this card then draw. And then if you level it up to second level, you get to cast the spells for 1 mana less. And on the third, not chapter, but third class level, it says if a source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or a permanent they control, they did that much damage plus 2. Okay, so that basically every VV trigger deals 3 damage instead of 1, and the torch deals 5, and that's the only difference. If you ever make it to level up, I mean, why not? I guess. If you have the mana with VV laying around, why should you not level it up, right? We see another land, so and no talent activation. Maybe you could have activated a talent, but I mean it just get lost then, I guess. So likely still keeps his hand full of removal. So you see an uncountable Shiko. So Alphasan playing very well about counter magic, really scared from Robert's side that there might be some 3 steps ahead in his deck. There is finally Vivi number 2. Draw and discarding the Torch the Tower into the Floodmore, and now leveling up the talent. Getting back Torch the Tower and passing the turn. So not really sure what this was all about, since the Vivi is basically guaranteed to die now. And that's actually a nice synergy. I didn't realize it with the split up and the authorities. So every creature from the opponent enters tapped, and Yoshiko has vigilance. So split up always gonna kill the opponent's creatures and save yours. That's quite nice. Also, great choice of lands here. The monastery already, the red that draws extra cards, and the mistress village that prevents the spells from being countered from Alpaslan. So very, very good on the utility land front. And yeah, we just scoop it up here from Robert. So I guess his hand is full of removal spells, no riddles inside. And they are still playing game 2, so we don't have the recording of game 2 yet. But we will take a few minutes and jump back to their deck lists. First of all, again, Robert's deck list. So this looks more try to tune for the aggressive decks and for the mirror, of course. You're playing, I think, a better control version than the Vivi decks are in the mirror. You have some Soul Cauldron to get the opposing Vivis. I just got a visitor now. Okay, so someone just came to offer me a beer, but you can't do that on stream, you know? After the stream, then it's time for drinking beers. So, um, Robert's list here, yeah. Basically, he wants to maximize the quantum riddlers and the VVs in this build, playing more interaction, more cantrips, more cheap cards than the Cauldron deck does, less creatures, of course. Maybe a little bit tougher against control decks, as we said, since the number of threats in this deck is like 8. Sometimes you can count the Storm Chaser's talents, auto tokens as a threat, but mostly it's about the creatures. And let's have a look at the other deck lists. Okay, sorry guys, there was a small disconnect on my end, but I'm back on the stream. And Max Josef Penskova, Da Vinci MTG, being very childish and making weird noise. But back to watching the deck lists. Yeah. So Robert's deck list, quite tough to win against control. Also looking at his sideboard, we have a null, not great fire magic, not great spell pierce, okay, not great, okay. Unable to scream, abrade, obliterating board, no purse, and just 2 morals, which is an insane card against control, but sadly dies to get lost. So it's really only 2 spell pierce to roll and likely a Nova Hellkite, since you just cut the 3 torches and 2 Flapmores or something like that. So it's not looking very good for Robert, to be honest. If I'm very, very honest with you guys. And for Alpaslan, we have two Abrade, which could be nice, but I don't think without the Cauldron card you need it. Exercise to kill the enchantments, quite nice. Negates, obviously good against the spell deck with mostly non-creature spells. Reiterating Bolt to exile VV, Rest in Peace. I can see adding Rest in Peace, but I don't think it's really the matchup for it, maybe. Shiko value is greater or better. Scorching Dragonfire, again, exile removal. I don't think it will be brought in this matchup since there are not enough creatures. Maybe a Voice of Victory if he expects a more controlling approach from his opponent. Clarion Conqueror is good against Vivi. Turns of the ability. Tidebinder is maybe okay, but I don't think so. And Sphinx of the Final World is more or less the control breaker and not for this matchup. So let's see if the round two is uploaded already. No, we are still waiting on round two. Okay. Oh no, it's on its way. Perfect. No, round two is on the way. Round two is underway. I will take a sip of my drink. And now we are waiting for round two to be uploaded. Maybe the final game. I think it will be the final game, depending on how the match plays out. But of course, I anticipate that the Jessica player will win the second game based off matchup solely. So let's see. Waiting for the upload to be finishing. What can you win today, or what's gonna happen tomorrow? That's the important questions I think most of you are asking yourself already. We are playing the German Unity League Nationals here in the beautiful Rosenheim. And tomorrow there will be again starting roughly at 11, maybe 11. I think we start at 11, do some talks maybe. Likely the first round won't be done before 11, but let's see. So, national championship, Tropical Island as first place, beautiful championship trophy, very, very cool stuff, altered by Shivan art, very, very beautiful Tropic Island. I would wish to have that one in my deck, even though I have a black bordered one and that also looks absolutely gorgeous. And so today we had the day one. This means start at 10, standard, 7 rounds, best of 3, top 8 queued for day 2. That's tomorrow. The top 8 qualifies for the 20k European Magic Cup. First place gets a trophy, the Alta Dual Land, and the playmat from Heavy Play. Second to fourth place gets a very, very cool Heavy Play deck box. And fifth to 16th place also gets a Heavy Play deck box. And again, 20 euros from each player go into the prize pool and will be split amongst the top 16. Tomorrow, again, Sunday, start day 2, start is 10 again, 3 rounds of best of 3, and the the top 8 of the nationals day 1 are qualified. So we can have this as the qualifier page, but basically these are the deck boxes I want to showcase. The IFG deck box max are really, really cool deck boxes where you can like show off your favorite card of your deck in front, like your Goblin Charbelch or your Vivi or whatever. So really, really cool deck boxes. And for the qualification path, so we are playing national level right now. This is the stage before the European Magic Cup, which is happening at the beginning of next year in Q1 2026 for 20k prizes. And the top 8 of this tournament will qualify for that. So let's jump right into the last and final match of today, maybe. We have round 7 game 2 uploaded on the drive, and I'm so ready to see the last exciting rounds and minutes of Magic today. It takes 22 minutes, so it might actually be 2 games. So let's see. We skipped the sideboarding since we talked about it extensively already. And looks like Robert is taking a mulligan on his first hand, and Alpaslan keeping his opening 7. Again, matchup wise, I would give the favor to the chess player. Basically, Yeah, too many answers, too many cards to beat for the is a prowess player. How can the prowess player win? I think likely with an unchecked VV or unchecked with an unchecked uh, with an unchecked oral or unchecked VV. Exactly. So we see just oops. Prowess starting off with Stormchaser's talent and a tapped Surveillant. Control starting off with Surveillant on its own. We see Ultima in hand already. I see, I think, another Normalize. There comes a second Otter token. More Prowess. Swing scene for 2. And there's just another tapped land, another Surveillant going on for the Cheska player. I think I saw a Cheska Revelation in hand already, and another Cheska Revelation getting surveilled to the graveyard. Let's see if this is the time to slam the Ral. It's time to slam Builder's Talent, which gets normalized, fought back with Spell Pierce. So quick back and forth trades, attacking for 6 damage with the other tokens already. So that's one way how this prowess deck can win for sure. And what do we have here from the control side? Do they play Day of Judgment? Actually, this could be a good Day of Judgment angle. Oh, they have split ups. I forgot. Yeah, split ups. Wow. 2 split ups, 1 Day of Judgment, 1 Ultima. But it's just stock up. We're stocking up, baby. Drawing 2, Divination with upside, and there I saw a Rest in Peace. So maybe he will grab the Rest in Peace now. I'm not quite sure if he does or not. Oh, sorry. Still thinking on the decision of the stock up. The problem is if you take like Shiko and Rest in Peace, that's kind of a number, right? You take the 4 for Dragon, but you don't get the ETB ability of it. And it looks like it was Shiko and Rest in Peace, in fact. So do we have land number 4? It's another Surveillant. Perfection. And what are we thinking about here? Oh, Robert wants to say that he missed the land drop. No, 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 no. Robert missed the land drop, so Alphaslan can still play his land for turn. Yep, that's correct. They figured it out. Maybe Robert just forgot to play his land in the end. And he even has one more land in hand. So we see Winter Night Stories, 2 prowess triggers, discarding another Winter Night Stories, drawing 3 cards, and discarding, I think, an instant or sorcery. No, this is a creature card, right? Yes, discarding Vivi, getting in for 4 more damage, down to 8. And now we have maybe just Chico on stock up. I think that looks promising. Oh, Ultima, interesting. So we just kill the tokens straight away. There's Thundertrap Trainer. Not digging for a land, sadly. 1 land, 2 land, 3 land, 4 land. It's 5. It's the 4 land trainer. Oh, Robert must feel so bad now for the trainer. All he wanted was a land, and now just puts four lands on the bottom. Ay, ay, ay. Poor Robert. Poor Robert. Yeah. Now we can see Shiko, maybe. It's also a juicy window to play Rest in Peace, to be honest. Excelling both Winternight Memories and the Vivi. If he took Rest in Peace, of course. And discards another opt to the artist talent trigger. Still, I don't think we have seen a single Quantum Riddler this game from Robert. There's Proft's Edict Memory. Draw discarding a card with Storm with Artist Talent, discarding another trainer, drawing a card, and then drawing one card from Profts. So this gets two counters on the Profts. And we found a cauldron now. So we can start to grow our Thundertrap trainer. Two counters on the Profts for now. There is I got the Soul Cauldron triggering the talent, artist's talent, and a lightning helix in response to kill the Thunder Trap trainer. So no target right now in play, even though if the cauldron would resolve, and there's a new VV in hand, I think cauldron resolves likely, and that's it for now. I see I consult the star charts in hand for Alpaslan, so I guess we're gonna see that happening now. In the end step, kick consult, drawing two more cards. Perfect. So we see into Flatmore being discarded, and we just have a quick spin full graveyard, deciding if we want to rest in peace now or not. It's artist talent getting level up to targeting the opt. So up back in hand for Robert. And I think pretty much nothing Alpaslan can do about it. There is catch and court or court and catch, drawing three cards, discarding one from a river regent, and then shuffling it back into the deck since it's an omen. We discard a land, we have enough of those, and time to shuffle the deck. Beautiful basic land choice by Alpaslan, by the way. Really, really lovely basics. Yeah, so let's go. Draw. We have Tishana's Tidebinder ready to counter a Profit Trigger or a level up trigger from the Storm Chaser's talent. And I think this looks like just another draw go from Alpaslan. Maybe he wants to Shiko stock up now. I think now he's enough mana to keep up No More Lies. Yep. So he could do that as well. Just passes the turn though. With the opt, discarding another Floodmore, drawing another card. Scrying with the opt on the bottom. So it's crazy. We've seen zero Quantum Riddlers so far. That's very, very funny. Oh yeah, the Cauldron doesn't make Shiko a good target. I forgot. That's why you didn't see Shiko because of Cauldron. Yeah, makes sense, of course. Just exiling the card that Shiko wants to target, and then he just played a 5 mana 4/4. So you see Vivi getting normalized. Oh, with only 2 lands in play. Ouch, 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 ouch. Poor Robert getting bullied a little bit. Does he play land now? You don't play land now if you have one. Okay. Cycling through another Profts. Actually, double cycling with the artist talent. So draw one. He forgot to draw from the artist. Oh, he declined maybe to draw from the artist talent. And Typewriter gets in for 2, hitting Robert down to 17. Now we could maybe Shiku and get the stock up going. Maybe we want to Marang anyways. Well, I think I like Shiku getting another stock up. Or maybe there's not a stock up, but then you just can get a consult as well. Yeah, so it's finally Shiku time. I think you could kick the consult as well here, but no need to. You just want to leave open the possibility to play a counter spell or a removal spell. And this looks like a get lost. This might be a fine choice to pick up the get lost to blank this the enchantment. So as soon as Robert tries to level up one more enchantment, so here we surveil the rest in peace to the graveyard. Since we played another rest in peace, funnily enough, or actually we surveil to the exile. There is Vivi, and there is the first and final Quantum Riddler. Let's go. Finally, Quantum Riddler. Then we shock this multiversal passage in and play Splash Portal. Make a counter on the VV. Also now we're going off. Build talent, discard one, draw 2 cards. Lovely, lovely stuff. Now this is what the deck should be doing, and like Alpazan is like, huh? What are you doing now? What is happening? I've never seen this. It's just like a weird gimmick, but no, it's actually his main game plan. He was just never lucky to be drawing these cards. So I don't think he discarded a card to the artist's talent in the end. There we have another splashed portal, another artist's talent trigger. Drawing 2 new cards, and then Riddler comes back. And we draw one more card for profits. Wow. That was a very, very great turn. And now you can put all of these counters on Vivi and have an even bigger mana source for game 2. Wow. Now we're checking the sideboard. We might be able to kill Alpazan here from 10 life, getting out the Pokemon energy cards and the dice. So I think there should be like 8 mana ish. We drew like 8 cards this turn, maybe 6, something like that, but 2 extra cards from Vivi. Okay, we're leveling up the artist talent. If that's all we're doing, then I'm not the biggest fan of this turn. And we play a Ral. Finally, there's Ral. Drawing an additional card. I think there's a second Ral in hand. Making some auto tokens. Pinging Alpaslan down to 9. And we have another. What's this? Auto token. Okay. Another Otteroni token. Still, isn't Ral like pretty much dead to Chico. Oh no, okay, we have Riddler. Ah, but there's hard customer rank, bouncing Riddler and maybe Vivi, but that's just like refueling Robert's hand again. So here it comes, bouncing Vivi and Riddler. Yes, I mean now you can kill the Ral. I think it's has 4 loyalty if I'm not wrong. Let me double check on the deck list. It's 4 loyalty and it made a 1/1 token, so it has 5 loyalty. Okay, so can't kill it quite yet. It goes to 1, I guess. And I think it's a Lightning Helix and another Tidebinder in Alpaslan's hand. Let's see what he's gonna do this turn. I think the last card is a Jessica Revelation, likely. And that's 1 point of lethal with the Vivi, or with the Shiko. If you get one more attack in, and then you can, after the final attack, you can do the Jessica Revelation, and that should be a total of 8 damage. I'm sorry. It's only 1 damage off of lethal. We make a second auto token. So Ral goes back up to 2, I believe, unless he attacked face with the Shiko. And we have another. Is this another Ral? Looks like it. And we tied bindering the Vivi trigger. So Vivi gets tied bindered, loses all abilities. Do we do something in response? Can we do something about it? Can we do another splash portal? Discarding Nova Hellkite. Wow. Ral dies. New Ral back to 4 loyalty. Can plus make another token. That's Nova Hellkite, yeah. Alpaslan was like, oh, what is that? Nova Hellkite. Interesting. So many new things I have to worry about from now on. And now we are drawing cards of Ral. It's basically saying, okay, Ral, you are dead to me. You're gonna die next turn anyways to Shiko. Does he have enough mana for Lightning Strike and Chest Revelation? Since he played like he has, yeah. So Hubert could eventually face so much damage this turn. I don't know why I was thinking about Alpaslan needing to deal 9 damage. He actually needs to deal 12 damage. I mixed up the life totals. So Alpaslan is on 9 and Hubert is on 12, but Hubert is facing 10 power in the air. And there is a trainer. So that's just 10 power in the air that to Lightning Helix. Taking a talent which does whatever. Since just makes an auto token since there is no graveyard to buy cards back from. And the Vivi doesn't have any abilities, so it's just a thing with counters on but no abilities. And you can see the control player very excited, picking up the speed of play, because I think he has won. He attacks for 10 Lightning Helixes, and that's game. Wow! Congrats to Alpaslan Ayer for making our top 8, or likely making our top 8 with this Cheska control build of his. Drew many sideboard cards this game, but that was quite the poor showing from Robert's deck, to be honest. Not many riddles to be seen. Yeah, so thanks everyone for tuning in today, even though if the quality was quite awful. I hope we get it fixed by tomorrow. I can't promise anything, but we will try our best overnight to fix and improve the quality by tomorrow. So we will hope to get a good streaming quality in for tomorrow. And I will be gone for 2 minutes, checking for some standings, and then I can give you an update as soon as possible, and we will be back tomorrow after I showed you the standings and we made top eight. We know 5 players now for sure. I think already I know six, so we're just waiting for 1 or 2 more matches. And yeah, so don't go away. 5 minutes break, then I will be back with the final standings, hopefully for the top eight. Okay, guys, we have our top eight ready. It looks ugly, but let's go. In first place, we have Karl Meinung on mono red with 60 match points. In second place, we have Maximilian Josef Penskova or MTG Da Vinci on Twitter, also with 16 match points. And it should be 17 to be honest. That's not quite correct. Whatever. 70 match points for both, I think. Playing Blue Red Vivi Cauldron. So one mono red, one Vivi Cauldron. Third place, Leon Schmidtke playing Band Juna Omni. In fourth place, Sebastian Röttenbacher playing five color or four color weapons manufacturing. So like the Jeskai artifacts deck, or is it Jeskai with a splash? I'm not quite sure. In fifth place, we have Elder Tagisade playing, or Tagisade, I guess, playing blue black mid range, blue tempo. In sixth place, Matthias Kornacher on Blue Red Vivi. In seventh place, Vincent Reiter. I think they are on Blue Red, Blue Black Control. And in eighth place, Alpaslan Aya on Cheskai Control. So we have got it's two VVs, one mono red, one Dimir mid range, one Dimir control, one Band Omni, and one Jessica control, and one weapons manufacturing combo. So quite a diverse metagame for tomorrow. We have playing Karl Meinung against Alpaslan on mono red versus Jeskai, Maximilian Penskova against Vincent Reiter, that's Cauldron against Blue Black control. We have Leon Schmidtke against Matthias Kornacher. That's Band Juna Omni against Blue Red Cauldron. And Sebastian Rettenbacher against Elder Tagisade or Sade. I am not sure, sorry. That's weapons manufacturing against Dimir Tempo. Thanks for everyone who watched today's stream. I'm sorry about the poor quality. I'm pretty sure we have got it fixed for tomorrow. So we will see in the end how everything works out tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream starts at 11 a.m. CEST, Central European Summer Time. So make sure to tune in for the German Nationals Top 8 finals, playing for the championship trophy, playing for the Tropical Island Altered by Shivan Art, and some heavy play sponsored prizes. Thanks to them, both heavy play and Shivan Art for the prizes, and Unity League for hosting these great league, these great tournaments, and these cool streams. So I'm really excited to be back tomorrow with more crazy magic. Only two views in top 8, so maybe we only get to see them once or twice. Okay. Not too much VV, less than I expected, but I think like 9th place is VV, 10th place is VV, 11th place mono red, whatever. Okay, guys, thanks for tuning in. See you tomorrow and have a great rest of the evening. Bye bye.